Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to talk about operating system development, because that's what we're doing today. Hello everyone. I genuinely have no idea why I feel the need to do an intro like that. But hello. Okay. It is Friday evening, and everyone knows Friday evening the best thing you can do with your time is make a game for an operating system that you're also making at the same time. Or, in your case, watching someone do that. So, welcome everybody. I always forget to mute my laptop, and then Discord notifications always scare the shit out of me when I'm live. Hello world. Okay. Not gonna lie to you, the last time I streamed was 2 days ago. Exactly 48 hours ago that stream began. I remember absolutely fucking nothing of what happened that day. 48 hours. Zero. It's gone. It's gone. It's all gone. It's all fucking gone. Coincidentally, I have a lot of complaints about React Native. But I'm not gonna talk about that. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember where we're at in terms of the game that I've been trying to build for the past 10 days. 10 days, and that I'm hoping to have finished by the next 20. So far, we're doing good. Hello Ice Storm and Ice Dave, who are definitely not the same person. Although I have to say I've never seen them in a room together. Coincidence? I don't know. But okay. Here's what I did 2 days ago, which my totally functioning brain with a good memory remembers. No fucking clue. No fucking clue. Okay. I finished working on smart objects. I created... Alright. As an introduction before, while my brain just like keeps defrosting the memories. We have a game where you play as a ghost, possess objects to scare people. In a house. Right now we don't have a house, but we're also not homeless. It's just a rectangle. Yes, we added more people. We have 3 of them now. Randomized their needs, which drive their simulation. They have a hunger, sleep, entertainment, and fear need. Randomized how they work. And because my brain wasn't really braining on Wednesday, I left it that it was a little bit buggy. So the AI wasn't really working. It wasn't really moving around like it should have, the NPCs. And I had to make some changes to the way that their logic worked, but I did all that off stream, so now they do kind of work. As... oh, the mouse got stuck there. As we can see here, one of them is really tired, so he's going to bed. Obviously, the yellow thing is the bed. How could you possibly not understand that? Whereas the other 2 want to watch TV, so they're watching TV right now. Oh, the one from the bed woke up, and he is now going to eat at the fridge. Whereas the other 2 appear to be frozen at the TV. They're stuck to it. No poltergeist type of situation. I don't know what's happening to them. Are they just stuck there? Let's find out. Let's possess the TV. No, they're following it. Alright. Now one of them has moved to eating at the fridge. This is a fridge, this is a TV, this is a bed. Again, obviously, just in case you don't have eyes. And you don't realize these very obvious sprites are those things, I'm telling you. Okay, so I think the AI is sort of working. Good work. I guess I'm saying that to myself because I have no idea where I was going with that. Left to work on was some better collisions and raycasting, making rooms, a camera, and pathfinding. However, before all of this, I'm gonna add bug fixing to the list. Because what I just saw there did not feel very stable. It works, sure. The people do random things, but I don't know. First off, the simulation doesn't feel very good. There are only 3 objects and 3 people, so very high chances that 2 of them are going to be doing the same activity. But it feels kind of weird. I have to say it feels kind of, I don't know, kind of weird. And then of course, also, I'm not sure that they're properly moving from one activity to the next. I don't know, the entire thing felt a little weird. It seems like right now they've all chosen to use the same objects. I mean, different objects. Now 2 of them are going to be sleeping in the same bed. On top of each other. Okay, now one of them has gotten up, got uncomfortable with what the other one was doing. Now they're both up, and this one has been stuck to the TV the entire time, which is what really concerns me. It feels like every object except for the TV works. Because they go from the bed to the fridge, to the fridge, to the bed, sometimes to the TV. And then that's it. They're just stuck at the TV forever. Now this one's stuck on the bed forever. So I feel like the way that their AI works, not super stable. So I want to fix that before we move on. Another bug I saw. Feels to me like if I possess this object, it's behind those 2 guys and they shouldn't be seeing it. But according to the... they're all trying to go to the TV, by the way. And the TV is just like floating around and they're like, oh, I'm trying to catch it. I'm trying to catch the TV. But anyway, they're all constantly seeing the TV, which they shouldn't be. Okay, I scared one guy. I scared 2 guys. I scared all of them. Because they constantly had a line of sight to the TV, which they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have that. Because they don't actually... If the TV is behind them, they shouldn't be seeing it. But somehow they're seeing it all the time. So that is another bug that is happening. I want to fix those 2. Now, usually I say I do announcements for the operating system mostly, not really for the game, because it's not really out. You can't really play it. But do I have anything to say this time? I'm working on proper virtual memory support, kind of a pain in the ass, plus I'm also trying to improve a few things regarding memory while I do that. So I'm taking my time with it. I've also had quite a lot to do these days, but it should be a little more free from now on, so it should be happening soon, virtual memory, except it will affect people who are making apps for the system in absolutely no way. Ideally, it happens without you having to do anything. There's also, okay, this one might affect people. There's also a pull request for printf improvements and string formatting improvements, which should actually introduce, I haven't even had time to like properly check it out, but it should introduce new methods. So, okay, first off, it improves the efficiency of printf, standardize the behavior of the string formatting. I don't know what this refers to be honest. Or this, for that matter. Chester? Hello. He likes to hang around in the hallway and act... I don't know how to say it, but it like unnerves me. So... Also, he's nice to have in the background. Anyway, yes, this pull request is improving on printf. Again, haven't even had time to look at it properly, but it should introduce a bunch of formatting options, which we're currently missing, and standardize the way that it works. Although, for standardization, I'm not gonna lie, I asked that, you know, we keep both the old and the new way to do it, because otherwise it would be a massive pull request with changing a lot of printf statements all over the system, which is not ideal. So I would rather like not have that in a pull request and just do it as I change code around the system, just refactor it a little bit. Working on a little Halloween themed game. I'm gonna start working on it in a little bit once I get done with all the stuff I'm talking about, which is this printf fixes. And not sure if I mentioned this one already, but I'm gonna mention it again. No, I mentioned it on Discord, but not on stream. So there is now an output mixer. Again, another one that I haven't even tested, but there's an output mixer, which means ideally, or not ideally, technically there can be multiple sound sources in the system at the same time. Gotta test it, gotta see what's going on with that, but looks good. And probably will need it for the game. So honestly, great. Also, thank you to everyone who is contributing to the system in any way, especially for things that I want to do, but I haven't had the time to get around to doing, because I have a grand total of 0 free time. I have to schedule my social life at least 1 week in advance. So, and that's the one that, you know, I'm okay with, like, not leaving behind, but like, that's the one that I can't do anything about, or that I can do anything about. So I appreciate anyone who takes work off my hands with contributions. All right, with that being said, let's get into the game. I'm too bad for much contributing in your OS. It's okay. Like, I'm saying that as an appreciation for anyone who's contributed, or for that matter, tried to contribute it, which actually includes you, so thank you for that. There was a bug. Honestly, I genuinely have not kept up, but no, okay. So there is a bug in the PR that you submitted. If you fix that, actually, I will merge it, because, again, small contribution, but interesting one. So thank you for that either way. small contributions, big contributions, all are welcome, as long as they're not AI vibe coded. It used to be that I didn't want majority AI coded, so I was like, okay, if you use AI a little bit, it's okay, but like, don't have AI code an entire pull request for you. But now I'm just like, yeah, I don't want any AI generated code. Thank you. I saw my first AI generated PR and I was like, you know what? No. It would take longer for you to fix the PR than to just make it yourself. So, no. And what bug seems to break? Yeah, try to run this and see what happens. I genuinely don't remember what it is. It's been 2 weeks. Although I'm not sure what happened. This used to fail, now it doesn't. So, not sure what happened there. Because I asked you to update with changes from main. It doesn't look like you did, but it's still working, so whatever. Maybe ignore that part, but yeah, try to run cat dev console 100 and see if it works. A new Chinese company made an AI. And the world was a little bit worse for it. Okay, back to the game now. This is the game. It runs inside the operating system. I am hoping to make the engine that it runs on cross-platform, at least for Linux, X11. So maybe even Mac if you installed Xquartz, but right now it only runs on this. Yeah, so we have little NPCs living in a house, living their lives. This is a TV, this is a fridge, and this is a bed. And you can scare them. But it's buggy as hell. So they should be afraid based off of if they can see the object that's being haunted and how far they are from it and if they're using it or not. But those lines only draw if they're currently seeing the object. And from the looks of it, everyone can see it. So that's not quite right. That's definitely not right. One of them has fled the home. It's left the chat. The other two, I don't know what that guy is doing. He's just kind of oscillating between two objects. So that's kind of weird. He's going from the fridge to the TV, from the fridge to the TV, from the fridge to the TV. Not sure what's going on there. Do you do voice acting? That's interesting. Well, your name is Justin the actor. So it's not super surprising, but it is interesting. I don't think there's gonna be voice acting in this one. But I'll let you know in the future. You're trying to make your game 3D, bruh. If it's the Redacted OS game, I would suggest waiting a little bit. I am planning on adding 3D capabilities eventually. Because, honestly, 2D games are not my thing. So if you want most of the work to be done for you, you're welcome to. Otherwise, you're either gonna have to patch the system in ways that even I don't know how to do. Or you're already in my Discord. Okay. You're either gonna have to do that, or you're gonna have to write a software renderer. Whichever one you do, good luck. And why do YouTube messages take longer than Twitch ones? Because there is a delay on YouTube. So you have to pick your poison. On YouTube, there tends to be a higher delay because YouTube is for streaming. And on Twitch, there's ads because Twitch is So pick your poison. You either get a more delayed stream or ads. Or you can like switch. Or you can subscribe. But yeah. You have to pick the one that's the lesser of two evils for you. Sometimes I do lower the delay on YouTube, but I literally have to remember it every single time. So every single stream I do, which now is literally 5 days a week, I have to, before I start a stream, go into the YouTube settings specifically and update the latency. And then you're going to have better delay, but not, you're still going to have a delay. On Twitch, there's barely any delay. Okay, so let's begin with some bug fixing. And then after that, we can start looking into, you know, the game is technically there once the bug fixing is done. Ideally, we're going to make it a little bit better, you know? Improve on it a little bit. Because I'm not going to lie, right now, the way that it is, not the most fun. Off to an amazing start. Okay, I just realized I'm compiling the operating system, not the game. Oh, Mr. KJ from YouTube. Okay, hi. I knew who you were on Twitch, but not on YouTube. Yeah, so I'm compiling the operating system, not the game. So the changes that I made in the game, which is to remove out of the 3 NPCs, kinda didn't show. All right, now we have only one. And he's on the bed. Okay. The whole point of having only one is that I can put a print on where he's using the object and use that to debug. See what's going on with the TV, for example, because the TV seems to be breaking. All right, so we're gonna want to print this. Been writing too much Swift lately. I'm a little bit spoiled. And that is the only Swiftie I ever will be. All right. So let's see. He goes to the bed. Obviously, he goes to the one further away. When he's there, he does nothing because we recompile the game, but this whole thing is in a header file. So it didn't get recompiled. There is a way to recompile even when you make a change to a header file. Somebody contributed that to my make system for the operating system, but I don't even know how it works, to be completely honest with you. All right. Okay, I see what's happening. I see why they go to the TV all the time. I have Clank. It's not even just an extension. It's straight up a build system. Clank is a compiler front end. Okay, I see what's happening. It's not really a bug. It's just that he's always wanting to watch TV. That's what's happening. I'm assuming his other needs are too low. Or are too high. And so he's like, I don't need to do any of this. I just need to watch TV. I just want to watch TV. That's it. That's all I want to do. I just want to watch TV. If that's the case, it might honestly be behavior that I want to keep. Although I will have to provide more sources of entertainment besides just a TV. And I will have to create a query system. Hi, G Studios. I will have to create a query system that picks an object randomly or through a score. And not just the first object that they find. Because if I do that, they're always going to go to the TV. They're always just like all going to crowd to the exact same place all the time. It's not amazing. Just like I would just watch YouTube all day. Pretty much. That's pretty much what's happening here. All right. Fair. Fair. I have a million streaming services, and then most of the times I just watch YouTube. They're trying to finish Netflix. All right. Maybe I'm gonna add a sound effect to the TV. I wanna. I've never done sound. I've made games before, but like, genuinely never finished one. I've never even gotten to the point where you do sound. Besides messing around a little bit with procedural audio, procedural sound generation, and synthesizers, really, with Unreal. What's the name of that framework? Honestly, amazing framework that Unreal has. Metasounds. Metasounds. I love that. It's like a modular synth, but even more modular than the most modular synth you can think of. And digital. Okay. I really need to fix this. I really need to fucking fix this because right now we just hard code 4 needs and go through them through 4 components to check which one you have as the highest. Meta, yes. Metasounds. Metasounds is fucking amazing. Very limited when I was using it, but amazing. Okay. My little human beings. How do we go about this? About seeing their needs. I feel like I did this at some point, but I did it inside a macro, which is a lot easier. Oh yeah, yeah. I can just do it here. All I want to do is just print their current need to see which one has the highest priority. So we're going to print priority. Here we're going to put the name of the need. And we're just going to print the priority. So that's comp and C priority. All right, so one of the bugs, best thing that can happen, turned out not to be a bug. Well, best or worst thing that can happen, because either you keep it the way that it is, or you need to re-engineer something. In this case, I'm thinking we keep it the way that it is. Okay. So right now his highest need is sleep. Its priority has kind of skyrocketed. Not sure why. That's not super right. If that is the bed. Now entertainment has frozen. Hunger is rising. But I have no idea why sleep and entertainment are so high, so they definitely shouldn't be. Alright, so it is a bug. Damn it, I spoke too soon. Average C bugs. Yeah, that's about right. We have a love-hate relationship. Alright. Show us what's up. His entertainment's at the maximum. Okay. Now his hunger is at the maximum. And the priority... That's wrong. Okay, so... let me see the order that I do things. First I print the priority and then I print the current. Okay, so his hunger is currently at the maximum value. Great. That's exactly what I expected. But then the hunger priority is at 0.5%. So it gets priority. It shouldn't. No, actually entertainment got priority there. But like, it still shouldn't. And also entertainment is being dropped. Alright, so there is a bug. There is a bug. Damn it. Definitely spoke too soon. Okay. So I must have done the priority function wrong. Are we surprised? Are we surprised? Is anyone surprised? This is something that I wanted to not do 2 days ago because my brain couldn't handle it. And then once I actually did it, I just kind of thought out the formula for 5 seconds and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, okay, so let's begin with the fact that for whatever fucking reason, their desired hunger, sleep, and entertainment are random. So that's probably a misconfiguration error on my end. So I set up a system, here it is. Okay, it's a bug, it's a bug. I set up a system so that when they create a bar, they would have a random initial value to it. Okay, first off, for fear, I decided that the minimum was 0.1. That was for testing, but I never changed it. So his fear was always 0.1. And he desires to keep it at the lowest possible value. So that one is working. This is his current value, and this is his desired value. So he wants to keep his fear as low as possible. But for the other 3 bars, he's supposed to want to keep them the highest possible value. So he wants his hunger to be filled most of the times, he wants his sleep to be filled most of the times, and he wants his entertainment to be filled most of the times. That's currently not what's happening, so a little bit of an issue. Oh, you fixed it? Amazing. I'll get back to you on your PR if you update it within 5 to 10 business days, apparently, because I am taking my time with reviewing pull requests. Damn. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not super good at reviewing pull requests at work. But when I started working on this project and getting pull requests, I was like, well, it's my own project, so it makes sense that I would want to prioritize pull requests. But now I'm back to like, okay, I'm just bad at pull requests. I like code review. And no, I will not get an AI to do it for me. Okay, so this value is not supposed to be random. Okay, this one is correct. This one is random. So is this one. So is this one. They're not supposed to be. And that leads to the priority, which by the way should be clamped between 0 and 1. I've not bothered doing that. Being wrong. The priority is wrong because your hunger is between 0 and 1. No, entertainment is the one that I'm looking at. Okay, your entertainment is between 0 and 1. Right now you're at 0.2, but you desire to be at 0.83. 0.8. So that's a difference of 0.6, which is quite a high difference. but that shouldn't produce a number higher than 1. So already my formula is wrong. That's issue number 1. This formula is wrong. Issue número 2. Why did I put a 2x here? I feel like that shouldn't be there. I feel like maybe the 2 multiplier is the thing that's wrong. I don't know why I put it there, to be completely honest. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2 is the fact that the desired value is not 1, which is what it should be. But okay, let me run through this real quick. Okay, your desired value is 0, and the current value is 1, then your priority should be 1. How would that be calculated? That would be 1 minus 0, or 0 minus 1. It doesn't really matter, because it gets absoluted. So that leads to 1. Yeah, that 2 should not be there. Absolutely fucking not. It's minus 1, but then it gets absolute, so it's 1. The point is to get the distance between the current and the desired without caring about which one is higher. So you just do this and then you do absolute. And then you divide that by the maximum minus minimum, which again is 1. So you get 1 divided by 1, that's 1, not 2. So I feel like the priority there was wrong. I don't know why I put that 2 there. Let me think about what happens if your current value is 0.5. You want to be at 1. Your priority should be 0.5. So the absolute part will be this, and this will become this, yeah. Absolutely should be. Not sure what that 2 was for. Was that maybe not supposed to be there? High chance I just accidentally typed 2 and then thought it was part of the formula later on. Although since they were all being multiplied by 2, that doesn't really change anything. Okay. Question número 2. Why is his hunger no longer going down or up or anywhere? Or his sleep? Doesn't make any sense. Whereas the entertainment kept moving, but the other ones didn't. So I have to look into that. But again, I still have to fix this. Their desired need, they want to keep their hunger as high as possible. And that's because I'm doing a switch on the wrong thing. Okay, that's an easy fix. Supposed to switch on the desired type the second time around. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Easy fix. Alright, now he wants to keep it as high as possible. Okay, he's eaten. He's watching TV. He's now moved on. He wants to sleep, because that's his highest priority. He now no longer wants to sleep. His hunger is increasing. Okay, now his sleep is decaying. It seems to no longer freeze either. He's now at the TV. Raises his entertainment really quickly. He then goes to the fridge. Alright. Been a while. Surprised you're still live streaming these. I like live streaming. Because, you know, it helps motivate me to keep working on this. This shit's gonna be World Bucks 2.0. World Bucks is amazing. Wait, is it the one I'm thinking of? Hold on. Oh yeah. World Bucks is amazing. Okay. Bug fixing fixed? I should make a Dark Souls thingy like I made for Doom. But for bug fixed. Like the Dark Souls text generator. This one, it's even in the link. Macro type death. Okay, I've never played Sekiro. I own it. I'm pretty sure I have it installed because I want to play it. Oh, here it is. But I haven't played it yet. Let's do Elden Ring. Caption unaltered. Bug fixed. Alright, but not this. It should be noun verbed. Absolutely noun verbed. Incredible. Too bad you can't animate it. But there we have it. Someone gifted a sub? When do you mean? Now? Okay, definitely didn't get any notifications for that. Alright. You got gifted. Well, welcome to the subscriptions. And thank you to whoever gifted, whenever that was. Honestly, not sure if that happened like another day, maybe. Because I'm not seeing any notifications for it in the activity feed or in chat. Which I usually see it in both. No, he doesn't want to. Alright. He's just readjusting himself while he sleeps. Wait. MX, I'm not entirely sure if you meant to do this. So just FYI. Alright. Bug fixed. Bug fixed. You started uni and your schedule is full. Okay. So, yeah, every once in a while people gift subscriptions, but yeah, haven't seen anything right now. So, you know, I like to at the very least say thank you to the people who do it. That's why I wanted to know, but I don't believe it was today. All right, bug fixed. Amazing. Game works. Beautiful. World Box 2.0? Nah, 3.0. Fucking incredible name. Name of the game. Oh, that's a hard question now. All right, let's. Right now, it's called Ghost Game. Taking suggestions, by the way. Taking suggestions from anyone who has any game. Any name suggestions? I mean. I'm thinking situationship because you get ghosted. No, not really. Although, if it was a ghost dating game, situationship where you get ghosted is absolutely fucking right. Alright, bug fix. This isn't even bugs being fixed, I just removed some unused semicolons. This is bugs being fixed. And oh, you two guys can come back. Hold on, let me see what it's like with all of them working. And then I can mark this as X'd. Life is simulator. Sometimes I fear we live inside a life sim. Sometimes I fear at some point in the last few years we made the jump from The Sims 2 to The Sims 4. And that would explain a whole lot. It's just sad, you know? Alright. communal bed aside, we're good. You know, polycule going on right here. They live in Seattle. This is canon now. Maybe he needs to get coffee or sleep. No, I genuinely feel like we have moved to The Sims 4. Microtransactions everywhere. Nothing fucking works. People are dumb. They're constantly doing push-ups. It's The Sims 4. People are randomly fighting each other because of politics. It's The Sims 4. Actually, in The Sims 4, there's this DLC about like, it's called like Eco Lifestyle or something like that. I don't even remember, but you have like solar panels and shit. So I installed it, and all of a sudden, all of my Sims are fighting each other. They're just like, hey bro, how you doing? How you doing? I'm good. How are you? How are you? Yeah, good. They just start like punching each other for no goddamn reason. Turns out that DLC came with voting, and one of the things that you can vote for is roughhousing. So they started randomly fighting because like when I put it on an existing save, it decided randomly which laws were passed, and it just so happens that there was a law about fighting and it picked that one. So all my Sims were like literally fighting each other for no damn reason. And I used to have a gaming channel, so it used to be on there. I don't even remember what I was doing. I think I started like a small business because they also came out with a small business DLC. So I was playing that, and all of a sudden people were just like kicking the shit out of each other in my small business for no reason. I was so confused. It took me months to realize what was actually happening. So again, fighting because of politics. Sims 4. Okay. I would say bugs fixed. Oh, also the AI is shit. Just like in The Sims 4. Different type of AI, but you know. Okay. That means we move on to the next step. Wait, no, there is still one more bug to fix about raycasting, actually. Because I'm thinking about this bug. I'm thinking first let me do rooms and a camera and then do this, because this proper collision, the good thing about it is that there's gonna be like line of sight, kind of. It's gonna be like you can't see objects through walls being possessed. That's the whole point of it. But if there's no walls, it's not really much of a point of implementing that. So I'm thinking let's implement rooms and cameras today. I hate AI, but I'm starting to depend on it, because every time I try to write a single line of code for my bootloader, it breaks the init code for some reason. Like when you try to write it or when the AI tries to write it, because both of those things can happen. The difference is you can learn how to not break it. AI, not really. And trust me, I've been doing like virtual address stuff. Every time I make a change, I'm like, okay, now I should be able to like do this. Fucking whole thing breaks. No goddamn reason, it all just breaks. But like, I have a deeper understanding of my system than AI ever could. Even if it had built the whole thing for me, I have a deeper understanding of it than it does, because it doesn't understand context. So I'm better off trying to fix it myself. And when you try to fix things, you learn why they break. And then you gain that knowledge. With AI, you're kind of throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. A bit crass, but you all know I hate AI. So yeah, I feel like, is it actually fixing things for you? Like, can you actually progress with AI, or AI is just math and numbers. Yeah, okay. Thinking. I'm just using a word that honestly Sam Altman has an orgasm every time someone says that AI thinks, but um, you know, it's literally just a prediction model. It's the autocomplete on your phone, just smarter by like this much smarter, and less human, because at least the autocomplete on your phone, well, not the autocomplete, but like the thing on the iPhone at least that like has the three most likely words for you to use, that thing, at least that one comes from words that you use. AI is just built on stolen content, all of it. Okay, well, bring back just one human. I used the C-book and my professor course, pretty useful. That's the way God intended. That's the God-fearing way of doing programming, with a book and what is the other thing you said? A course. And honestly, like, I never read programming books. I don't like them. Barely like to follow tutorials. And didn't like university. But I would much rather do that than use AI. AI Slab tries to make functions out of nowhere. I boycotted AI for a month straight and started making progress on a project I ended up quitting. I think it's not... I feel like if you depend on AI and then you stop using it, it's gonna be hard to get back to using it, but it's a good thing at the end of the day. I mean, I used to use AI too, and then I was like, this is just shit. AI can be a tool with a ghost child inside it that comes from the outer dimensions. You just need to keep it in mind and know how to handle it. I'm good. I'm good. I forgot what I was gonna do. Right. I always forget this guy's name. Primeagian, something like that. He's like a Twitch streamer and posts snippets of his streams on YouTube. Primeagen. Alright, that's his name. I saw a video by him yesterday. Most of the times, like, his videos aren't even like his opinions, they're just articles that he's reading. So this was an article by a guy that was talking about how he doesn't like using AI anymore. And he was talking about when he first got a Tesla and his Tesla would, be self-driving. And once he went back to a normal car that doesn't have self-driving, he was like, oh shit, I need to put a lot of effort into it because I'm not used to just driving anymore. But then eventually you get used to it again. So that's kind of what it's like. When you quit AI, you're not used to coding manually anymore. But you get past that. And hey, you actually gain knowledge from the things that you do. You actually understand the problems that you're working with. And, you're not contributing to something as horrible as AI. Again, it's a system that's rotten from every aspect of it is rotten. From the way that they obtain the data to train it, to the way that they presented the product, to the way that they expected to use the product, to everything, every single aspect of AI is absolute shit. Alright, now I want to debug the line of sight thing. I always think that since everyone thinks that AI is going to be sentient in a few years, that it's gonna die out by then, because their expectations for the time isn't reality. And you know who's setting those expectations? Those AI companies. Let me put it this way. Right now, let me put it this way. This is what the average valuation of an AI involved company looks like now. Kind of like you can exactly pinpoint when AI started happening. And at some point, you know, this is gonna go back to here somewhere. Before that happens, they want to make it go as high as possible. Money number go up, but then money number has to come down. But they want money number to go up as high as possible before it comes down. So they're trying to make it look like, oh my god, AI is so smart. We're ready. Look, there is a reason that ChatGPT fakes a personality. And part of it is because it tries to keep you using it as much as possible. And, you know, they don't care if some people have a literal fake relationship with AI or call AI their best friend or whatever the fuck people are doing nowadays. That's what it was like a couple months ago. I don't even want to know what it's like now. They don't care about that. As long as money number go up. And once money number go down, Sam Altman is going to disappear. He's going to come back a few years later with a beard. They always fucking do that. He's going to go on some talk show and he's going to explain where it went wrong. But he's not going to see a single minute of jail time. He's not going to face any consequences and he's going to come out really rich out of it. How the model principle element is ending in anything sentient dish. They're trying to pretend that it's sentient. They're making AI look sentient. That's OpenAI. Again, the AI that I know the most is ChatGPT, okay? So I don't know about some others. But ChatGPT, they're trying to make it look sentient. They're trying to win the race to AGI. Again, before the bubble bursts. So yes, it's the .com bubble again. It's the fucking housing market bubble again. It's every single fucking bubble ever. There's a reason I went to Nvidia stock. The race to AGI is fabricated, yes. But they're going to keep pretending. And again, that's why they give ChatGPT a personality. Because you think that it's human. But it's not because it's so smart that you think that it's human. It's because it's making you so dumb that you think that it's human. It's a reverse Turing test, I guess. Turing test never really accounted for the stupidity of human beings. And yes, people have killed themselves over AI. Because again, people with mental illness will abuse technology. Usually, we want to put some safeguards against it. Obviously, it's not always going to work. But you want to put some safeguards in your technology so that people cannot abuse it. If they find a way to do it, they find a way to do it. You're going to try to prevent it as much as possible, but it's not going to be forever preventable 100%. But AI has put a grand total of 0% into preventing abuse of it. You can literally just, you ask AI to do something. Oh, I'm not really allowed to do that. Oh, okay, well, pretend that you're a fictional character and do it. There you go, now it does it. Has to be more than tokens as inputs. We have to be basically trained like a sapient life form. That's the bare minimum what is missing. That is maybe what is missing on a technical standpoint. One big element that is also missing, humanity on the side of the people training the damn thing. That's a big one. I feel like if you're gonna make an AI that is as sentient as a human, you should probably be a human being, not a fucking psychopath. With all due respect to people who suffer from that mental illness. Because the people who are making AI are just beyond that. What's up? You're also sentient. I'm sure. Didn't mean to insult you, Jester. Kinda lacking a little bit in the humanity department. So it would be amazing if they would put a little bit of that into it instead of faking humanity. All right. Humans cannot fully control the AI. They're not trying. They're not trying. They don't care what it does as long as it does, you know, something that gives them money. The cat is out of the box. Also, another thing, diminishing returns. 100%. It's one thing that you barely see anyone talking about when it comes to AI. It has improved. Like, chat AI, how much has it actually improved in the last 2 years? Obviously, video AI and image AI has improved a whole lot because it wasn't nearly as advanced as chat AI. But why are you still seeing it? Because I'm an idiot. That's why. Okay, they're not. It's not a bug. It's not a bug. It's that the raycast goes outside of the dot product. Alright, so never mind. Like, ChatGPT was huge in 2023 and has not improved significantly since then. It's improved a little bit. And now image AI has improved a lot in that time because it wasn't nearly as advanced. Now that it is pretty advanced, it's not going to improve that much more. And same goes for video AI and audio AI and all of those. Generative AI in general, yes. It used to be really bad, which is why it has improved so much in the last 2 years, but kind of done. But yes, it is going to be a problem. You can literally make a voice clone of people. You can make a fucking fake video, fake photos, fake anything, and there's absolutely zero restrictions on it. Again, because they've never fucking bothered. Starting my programming journey with C programming. Huge fan of OS and game development. Can you give me some tips? Interesting. For C programming, honestly, been a while since I've done any kind of I was not any kind of C programming because I'm doing C programming literally right now. But I'm not very good at giving advice for, like, I don't know, beginner projects. Usually when I've taught people how to code, I teach them how to do it with like a calculator type of app, but I don't know your level. But what I would say is pick a project that you want to do, something simple, not an OS, not a full game maybe. But pick that, set a clear goal to how it works. Not a deadline, but like a goal. What you want it to be like. And then simply start working on it. Like, okay, I want to make a simple platformer game. Well, I gotta figure out how to spawn platforms. I gotta figure out how to do player movement, how to get input. Ideally, you're gonna use some kind of graphics library and some kind of like math library. Maybe even a game engine, a full game engine. So they're gonna take care of a lot of the small things that, for example, I'm doing manually. You don't want to do that, so use a game engine that teaches you how to do that stuff. And then just like, okay, I want to instantiate platforms in my game so I can have a platformer. Well, how do I do that? Look that up and do it. So on and so forth. Why not CPP? Because CPP is boring and old and traditional. You know what's a lot better than that? Hacking the shit out of C using macros, like I've done. Half of this game is just a big define. By the way, today I tried to define the define. I wanted to see if that could happen. I wanted to see if you could do this. Well, it would be, yeah, like that. The other way around, actually, but yeah. You can't, by the way. But I was just wondering, like, can you do that? Is that a thing? No. Rust. You're gonna make me tap the sign. You're gonna make me tap the sign. Alright. I should automate it. I should have a bot that every time someone says Rust in the chat, the sign just appears. I saw the kbuild folder and the shared. What's the difference? Okay, so they're the same thing, but that shared library is used by your apps that you make outside of the system and the system itself. And I've mentioned you can't have nested syscalls. They have been a big problem. Essentially, using some part of that library that calls malloc and then it doesn't work because you're not supposed to have nested syscalls. That was a big problem that kept happening. So now I just have two versions of the same library. Build is the normal one and kbuild is the one used by the system. It doesn't have malloc. Instead, malloc is defined inside the system. So when you call malloc from an app or a game like this one, then it actually calls a syscall malloc. Where instead you call malloc from within the system, it just directly calls the allocator inside the kernel, which is kmalloc. Do you implement full heap allocation yet, or is it using a slab allocator? I'm not entirely sure what kind of allocator I want. I'm considering how to, you know, change the allocator up a little bit. Oh my god. Oh, water. Yeah, considering how to change that allocator a little bit to see how it works. But right now you can allocate pages and then allocate within those pages. Rust isn't a toy hipster language, but it is still missing a lot of general features. You can use Rust in C. It's been 13 years. Rust is probably older than at least one viewer on this stream. And yet. Okay, I don't know. But probably around the same age as some viewers of Twitch. And yet, it is missing some general features. Whoops. At this point, like, I genuinely don't even have an opinion about Rust, but since people ask about it so much, I am slowly becoming a Rust hater. My favorite language is almost older than me. See what I meant. Rust is from 2012. No, wait, hold on. It might genuinely be older than you. It might genuinely be older than you. Because it's been self-hosted since 2012. It first released in 2012. It technically started in 2006, which means if you're less than 19, Rust is older than you. If you're a teenager or a kid, Rust is older than you. If you're a kid, why the fuck are you watching this? Go watch Fortnite. I mean, I don't mean to be ageist. But there is usually a minimum 13 years of age. Um, but yeah, if you're younger than 19, you're 19. Okay, so you're about the same age as Rust. Damn. Then again, if you're older than 40, you're older than Linux, so that's not saying a whole lot. Everything in computing is pretty new, but you know how much 12, not even 12 years. At this point, almost 20 years of development. I am not willing to accept it's still missing some. You hate Fortnite, sorry about that. Roblox, I guess. No, I'm kidding. You're more than welcome to stay. Um, 20 years of development. What features is it missing? Because I'm just basing all of this off of a comment in chat. Like, I don't know that it's missing any features, but not seeing a whole lot when it comes to that. React versus Rust. Oh my god. It's like saying my least favorite words. You know, right now I could say this word, or hold on, let me make it very visible. I could say these two words, or even say these words, and I would trigger that guy. He'd be like a fucking sleeper agent. Well, you say React and you say Rust, and you do the same to me. I could be in deep slumber and somebody says Rust, and I'm like, don't make me tap the fucking sign. Don't make me tap the fucking sign. JS program developers aren't real programmers. Prove me wrong. A few days ago, I was seeing a discussion on TikTok, to be fair, about how you need a linter for code. Someone was like, you definitely need a linter. Like, what the fuck are you doing coding without a linter? And then someone in the comments was like, you're a JS developer, aren't you? Yeah, how did you know? Bro, you need a linter. We're good. Thoughts on Odin? Prefer Loki. I don't know what Odin is. Okay, so it turns out all of the bugs that I detected are either not bugs or I already fixed them. So we're good. Shoop. Shoop. So I guess now we implement rooms and the camera. I wanna play the game a little bit. See what it's like. It's gonna become a gaming stream now. Oh, what's happening to my mouse? Oh. It's not the system. Hold on. Alright, I gotta fix this. Alright. My the mouse cable was like under some stuff, so it was stuck. Although the mouse is being weird, so it's both. Okay, that's fixed, and we don't need the mouse now. There's only one person? No. I wanted to test it with multiple people. Because now we're gonna have to do a pretty major refactor, to be honest, before we even begin to implement rooms. Alright, let me see what it's like. Let me see you people. They're just living their lives, alright? They're just sleeping in the communal bed. eating directly from the fridge, sometimes watching TV, sometimes, again, sleeping on top of each other. I don't judge polyamory, you do you. And to other people on a daily basis, apparently. And then they go to the fridge. Then they go to the TV to watch TV as a polycule. Then they all go to the fridge again. Then they all watch TV again. Now 2 of them are going to bed while another one is gonna eat. I would say they work. I would say they work. They're a little weird, but they work. I was supposed to like hunt them and scare them out of the house, not just look at them. Alright, you polyamorous shits. I hope you're ready. Technically, Rust's first standard was published in 2015, so it's not. I don't know. First standard doesn't mean a whole lot. Guys, the TV's floating. Don't you see it? Alright, you're all going to the fridge. Fuck your fridge. Fuck your fridge. Wait, where did I go? Okay, I was still in the fridge. What's Jester doing? What's going on with you? Are you being haunted by a ghost? Okay, so right now none of them should see that the bed is moving. The fuck did the fridge do to you? Nothing. I just don't like polyamorous people, because, like, leave some for the rest of us. Alright, Jester, are you having allergies? Are you just having a little moment? What's going on here? Hey, buddy. Doesn't look like allergies. He might just be having a moment. I think he's sinking into the bed too. No, we're good. This bed has a few issues. Anyway, so does the dog. Alright. I'm possessing the fridge again. Alright, you bitches. I'm gonna drop the fridge on you. It's not really gonna hurt you. I wanna scare the shit out of you. Come on. Ooh, scary TV. It's floating around. Come on, guys. Get scared. Come on, guys. The fridge is floating away. They're not even reacting a little bit. Come on, guys. Why are they stuck? I feel like they glitched out. Hold on, let me start over. Alright, guys. Here's the TV. Ooh, it's floating around. Oh, I possessed the TV again. I didn't know. Alright, they should all be seeing the TV right now. Wait, why do they think the fridge was... Hey, that's another glitch. Amazing. Yeah, so now they think the... This is so weird. Why am I possessing the bed, but moving the TV? What's happening? It's all so weird. Alright, now I'm actually possessing the TV. Y'all see it? Y'all see it? Alright, I scared 2 of them. Leave, bitches. Leave, you too. Leave! The fridge is gonna follow you. Get fridged, bitch. He's not wanting to leave. He doesn't want to leave. Alright, you're gonna get TV'd. Alright, he left. And now the entire system froze. Okay, I'm gonna have to improve the gameplay a little bit, I feel like. Never got so far as to having to improve gameplay of a game that I made. Like I said, I always abandoned the project before that point. Same for audio. So this should be exciting, this should be fun. But okay, I would say it works. Now, the scheduler cooperative. It's cooperating for the most part, yeah. The scheduler, I hacked it a little bit. It was just a simple round robin scheduler. I added some priorities to it. I'm gonna need to tweak them once you can have multiple processes running at the same time. Like user loaded processes. But since there are none right now, we're good. So scheduler is very round robin right now with some priority. But multi-threading is like introducing calculus to elementary school math. Trust me, I plan on doing multi-threading very slowly. Very like calm, chill, multi-threading, you know? Like that. Very relax. There's no need. This is just a hobby operating system. You don't need multi-threading right now. You're good. You're good. We'll get to it. Relax. That's my planned approach for multi-threading. Might even do like multi-threading before multi-core. So just like allowing you to split your work into different threads, even if they all happen to be running on the same physical, I guess you call it, thread. Has a name. I don't know if it's physical, but yeah, that. Just so I can like ease into it. Although that shouldn't make it too difficult. But yeah, I'm gonna have to consider multi-threading like that. It's gonna be a difficult one. I need to consider inter-process communication too, which I haven't yet. I kind of like, in my mind, I know what I want to make it like, but I haven't decided yet. So maybe that, then multi-threading, then multi-core from multi-threading should be easy to do. And I feel like if you fake it a little bit while you're developing multi-threading, you have everything still running sequentially. It's probably going to make it easier to debug. Things like, you know, locks and all that stuff that's needed for multi-threading, which is the biggest issue that I can think of when it comes to multi-threading, at least right now. Okay, we're not talking about multi-threading right now, though. We have a bigger issue. It's not a huge issue, but it's a little issue. It's the fact that right now, everything is being drawn according to the pixel scale. So if I draw a big window, then there's a lot of empty space. If I instead draw a smaller window, we have less empty space, but everything stays the same size. And that isn't what we want. We want scaling. Fucking awful, but we want it. genuinely have never done game development to such a low level that you need to implement scaling like this. I've done it at the very least with OpenGL. At the very, very, very least with OpenGL or Metal, never Vulkan, but I have used those. So like, they kind of handle this for you, in a way. How do you handle it yourself? Okay, first off, we're gonna need to define a unit. What 1 represents in the game. I could make it so that 1 is 1 meter. Like one value of the vector. I wonder when you're gonna make a clone of OpenGL and start writing OpenGL drivers out of nowhere soon. Ish. Soonish. How hard has it been so far? Not really that hard. There's been some difficult moments, but for the most part, we're good. So yeah. The biggest issue about the scale thing is that I'm going to have to redo everything to have a scale. Well, you know, adapt everything to have a scale. Raycasting, drawing objects. Everything. Absolutely everything. And that I have no idea how to do it. I don't even know what to Google right now to look this up. But okay, I've defined 1 unit is 1 meter ish. No, 1 meter is good because I'm thinking the sprites, for example, for the people are like, so 1 meter would be here, I think. So the humans are about 1 meter and a half. Okay, so this is 1 meter, I guess. We want the sprite to be 1 meter. You're gonna go the JDH route. Is that the guy that made a GPU? I know he's made a lot of games, but I feel like he made a GPU. Oh, I built my own computer. Okay, so I'm a few episodes behind, apparently. I built my own graphics card. Here it is. Yeah, he built his own GPU. He has a 15-minute detailed video of how he built his own GPU, followed by a video called It Works with 1 minute. That is just absolute fucking cinema. Absolute incredible work. He made an OS that runs a game, then a CPU to run the OS, then built a computer. Yeah. I missed the computer part. I knew about the GPU. I've considered it. Whenever I have to deal with the Raspberry Pi's fucking proprietary hardware, I consider it. But no, I haven't done that. Alright, so ideally, no matter what size window you draw, there should always be the same amount of information on the screen. Right? So I guess for that, I'm gonna try not to look it up and just reason it myself. I guess for that, what we want is we want to determine a window size. So a camera, we want to create a camera first off. Before we create rooms, we want to create a camera. And that camera is going to decide how much information is on the screen at once. And then this I am going to look up because I've genuinely only done 3D game development. Yeah, so the camera defines like, okay, you have a 5 by 10, well, 5 by 10 meter area that's visible in the game. And then based on that, I can just scale the size of the window to determine. Okay, I'm starting to think how I want it. Here I'm seeing a diagram of an eye, so Jesus. Now I'm seeing a diagram of an ear and I'm just confused. Alright. Yeah, so this is tips for game cameras, but it's not really implementing a game camera from scratch, which is what I'm trying to do. So the way that the camera works in Unity, for example, relating your audio to sound can help a lot. Did you mean to like visual feedback? Because relating your audio to sound, I do think that would help a lot, but I don't think that's what you meant. Let me see. Hold on, real quick. Oh, the camera component is the same on Unity. Interesting. But it's really meant for 3D. Because 2D doesn't have near and far. Because it doesn't have depth. That's the entire point of 2D. But then again, you can do 2.5D and fake 2D with Unity. Alright. Fuck it. I wanna reclaim the word of vibe coding away from the AI people. And make it mean I'm just doing what I think is right without consulting any reference. And let's see what happens. So in that term, I am vibe coding. All right. We're going to have a camera, right? Should I make my camera a component with an entity and whatnot, or should I make it separate? Normally, you would want it to be a component. You would want it to be on an entity. Do I care about that? I do not. In fact, I don't even want the camera. I want ECS.c. I'm gonna go here and do the camera setup here. Like I said, I want to establish what's on the screen in terms of virtual units and then translate those to physical units based on the size of the window. So let's say that I want to have a 3 by 5 by 2, 5 by 3, 5 by 2. Right, so 5 meters of a room and 2 of height. No depth. So that is my game scale. And then I have a multiplier, which is used to scale my game to that size. I'm going to try it on the sprites and then update all the other systems to also do it. So when I get a context, here actually, I can do it like this. All right. I set up a game scale here, which I should probably request from the game itself. Or the get game scale. Or even a vector that I can declare extern, maybe. Not sure how to do this. Hold on. Can I do this? And then declare the game scale here. It's supposed to be 5 by 2. Will that work? Let's find out. It compiled. That's a good sign. Game scale 5 by 2. It did work. Amazing. Okay, so you can just do that. It's a float because it's a vector. And technically, you don't have to use integers there. If you want to define that, I don't know, you have 5.5 meters visible at once in the camera, then you do that. Okay, so that's the game scale. The other thing that I want to calculate is the camera scale. How do I calculate that? It's supposed to indicate simply how many pixels are taken up in each direction by... Wait, in each direction or in all directions? Is it supposed to be uniform? I don't know. Alright, the way that I'm seeing it is it's supposed to be how many pixels represent 1 meter or 1 unit of the game. We've already said the game shows a camera that is 5 by 2 units in game. And then on top of that, we're given a window of a certain size that we don't know. We want to decide how many pixels represent 1 unit of that. Yeah, of that. I do think that's not supposed to be a vector, but a float. And I do think it's supposed to be the minimum value between... I'm thinking this, right? Not sure if that makes sense, but that is how many pixels represent a yeah, I think that's right. How many pixels represent a unit and the x-axis. And we gotta do the same thing for the y-axis, and whichever one is smaller is the one that we use. See why I call it vibe coding? Because I have no idea what I'm doing. Just vibing. Okay, so according to that, that's 169 pixels represent our 5 by 2 render area. Now comes the painful part. I'm gonna update the sprites. Right now, the sprites... Where are they? ECS Core, maybe? Yeah, here. The sprites just use an image based on some image info, and then they render it at its correct size. But that's not necessarily what you want to do. Fuck, I'm gonna need image resizing. Oh my god. Which I did implement in Doom. For that matter, I implemented upscaling, so this is kind of the same thing, but it's not amazing. Okay. Again, I'm rendering a sprite, but right now I'm rendering it at a 64 by 64 size, determined by this. Well, not really. It's still rendered by, I hope. I rendered sprite based off of the image's info. Yes. Yes, I am. Hey, goldfish. Okay. So that part is going to stay the same. But we're going to need to resize it. To go from 64 by 64 to 169 by 169. And its size is going to be 1 by 1. Does any of that make sense? I sure fucking hope so. And I hope it's easy to understand what I'm talking about. Because I don't know how to explain it better. When we create a human, their size right now is hard-coded to 64 by 64, which is not correct. It should be 1 by 1. Then 2 by 2. Everybody in the club. Eventually, we're going to need to update the acceleration as well. Because it's not great. Right now, they would be going at 50 meters per second. Feels a little fast. But the good news is the acceleration of 9.8 on the y-axis is correct. Or would be correct in this case. And we will have to remove the 50 from it. But right now, I'm only doing scale of the images. I don't care about the rest of them. Editor is VS Codium. So VS Code, but the open source version of it. Okay. I feel like there is one thing in the component location here that's not gonna work anymore. Yeah. This thing. Because when you set the location, no, it's correct. It's just that when we set the location, we're supposed to also multiply by the scale, which we're currently not doing. So, too bad. Sucks to be you guys. You won't be rendered. But the ghost is working, so we're gonna work on the ghost right now. We're gonna work on him. The way that the ghost is gonna work... I really am stumbling here. no real clue what I'm doing. Hot single pixels in your area. All right, let me think. When I render a sprite, I am using the image of it. Great. But that's not accounting for the size. However, there's kind of an issue there. Okay. I'm completely blanking on what the issue is, to be completely honest. I was gonna say it, it was on the tip of my tongue, and then it just disappeared. Jesus. Completely forgot. Alright, let me think. Here we're getting the width and the height of the image. Yes, okay. Different sized images. We can't just normalize them to the size that... Or should we normalize them to the size that... maybe I should normalize them. Yeesh, what am I even doing? Okay, the thing is, so the ghost and the people are 64 by 64. But then other objects are going to have a different size and a different scale to them. So I'm using size when really maybe I should just rename it to scale and stop asking stupid questions. Yes, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. No. Okay, yes. No. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just saying yes and no at this point. Would there be a model better than ECS? I did some research and I haven't found anything beyond ECS. Like, no one's even... The model that is used besides ECS in, like, Unity and Unreal couldn't even find a proper name for it. Nobody's discussing anything that isn't ECS. Alright. My images are 64 by 64, but let's say that I introduce an image that is now 120 by 300. What does that represent in terms of game units? How do you translate that to game units? There is no real representation of that. It's kind of not something I've considered. So maybe I do use a size in the transform. So here I use a size. And when they have a sprite, the size is used to translate from pixels to game scale. And then the game scale is used to translate from... Essentially, what it's doing for our sprite that is 64 by 64 and size 1, 1, it means these 64 by 64 internally represent 1 meter by 1 meter. And then I just multiply the width by No, the formula should be something like the width is a width in pixels of the image itself, which represents a certain size. So it should be the camera scale multiplied by the size and divided by the width. This would be the actual width of the sprite, so that it gets scaled up or down or whatever. Right, you can't do this, but I created some vector multiplication functions the other day. No, not multiplications, but okay, so essentially here on in the x times s, in the y times x, s, not x. And then these vector functions really should all be in vector.h inside math, but let me move them. Do I even know what I'm doing? No. No fucking clue, to be completely honest with you. Where did I import this multiple times? All right, maintenance should be done now. How is it imported multiple times? Nope, it is imported, so we're good. Okay. So again, whatever size the sprite is, 64 by 64, represents 1 by 1. Okay. So we need to transform that 64 to 64 into whatever the scale is for 1 by 1, which is camera scale. Okay. So actually I did the math wrong for that, I think. I need to let me think about it in very simple terms. Let's say that my sprite is 10 by 10. And then that represents 1 by 1. But in my window, 1 by 1 is actually 30 by 30. So this 10 by 10 needs to become 30 by 30. and we do that, I just need to divide this by this, don't I? I think. Oh, which is really just this. Yeah, so I think I did it wrong. It was supposed to be the size. The width in pixels divided by the camera scale. Then used to multiply the T size X. Let me see if that's correct. And that's height. And the entire thing needs to be cast. That is floored. Okay, so we're not going to get the exact same window size of 100. I already changed. It was 169, now it's 143. It's going to change every single time, but I expect to see that I wasn't expecting. That's entirely wrong. Value is entirely wrong. Camera scale is 163. So 64 bits, 64 needs to become 163. First off, where do these zeros come from? Because, like, there's no way that this should happen. Okay, it's 0 because this is an adjusted height. So, yeah, we don't want to use that one. We instead want to use the sprite info width and sprite info height. Okay, so that explains that, but the math is wrong. It should probably be the other way around. Come to think of it. I've only been streaming for 2 hours. That's... felt like longer. Alright, our camera scale is 140 by 140. Which means our 64 by 64 sprite will become 140 by 140. Okay. Then what's happening with a 2 by 2? Okay, that feels correct. Now I need to come up with the damn function to actually do it. Because a 140 by 140 is... I actually need to do that. Okay, this is the total size that the image is supposed to take up. Now we want to scale the image. Okay, so after that, and flooring that, I want to get the S info width and S info height. What happened to my terminal? Did I close it? Oh, there's an ad coming up. All right, hold on. Two is correct. The image will scale up 2 times. But it will be a little smaller. That's kind of an issue. And yeah, I don't really expect 155 to be the correct value. The value I'm expecting is 2 by 2. But okay, there's an ad on Twitch, so I'll be back after that ad. And gonna figure this whole scaling thing out. All right, I'm back. Okay. So I thought about it. I think what I'm doing is somewhat correct. All right, so we know how many pixels represent a 1x1 unit in our global world. But each sprite has its own scale, where, for example, the 64x64 sprite represents a 1x1 unit. So we need to transform its scale into the global scale by resizing the image. In order to do that, we do it without flooring, which is what was confusing me a little bit there about its values. Sure. Okay. I expect it to be 2 point something. So we need to resize the image, make it twice as large and a little bit bigger. How to handle that little bit bigger is a little bit of an issue. Wait, did that not work? Those should have been floats. Don't we all float on here? These are not floats. A little weird. Little weird. Why are you not reloading? You're literally in a C file. Oh my god, I'm in the operating system. How many times has this happened today? Twice, I think. Absolutely fucking amazing. Alright. Alright, there we have it. Okay, yes. So we need to scale the sprite by 2.18. Where does this come from, though? What is this? It maybe comes every frame? For 4 different sprites. Oh wait, I changed the sprite for the humans, but I didn't change the sprite for the ghost. So the sprite for the ghost has the wrong size. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. So we want to scale our image by 2.625 pixels. 2.62 times up. Now, I did some upscaling on Doom, so I'm not scared of doing upscaling for this. You know what I am scared of, though? Doing it with floats. Because what the fuck do you do with floats? The way that I did it for Doom, let me get that code. It's very naive, very simple way of doing it. Video? No. Should be iVideo, I believe. What was the name of the damn class? Oh, it was iVideo. Okay. Yeah. I was right. So, here it is in Doom. Screen width and screen height are the original 320 by 200 that Doom uses. So I get whatever color Doom drew there, and then I have a scale factor, which is an integer, and I just have a for loop, and then I just use the scale factor when I'm multiplying the y, and the x. Simple, easy, no problem. But how to do it with non-integer values? An image can be changed in several ways. Considering resizing a 161 by 160 pixel photo to the following 40 by 40 pixel thumbnail, and then scaling the thumbnail to 160 by 160 pixel image. We have nearest neighbor interpolation, bilinear interpolation, bicubic interpolation, Fourier-based, edge-based, pixel art scaling, what I did is nearest neighbor, right? One of the simpler ways of increasing the size, replacing every pixel with a number of pixels of the same color. The resulting image is larger than the original, preserves all the original detail, but has possibly undesired jaggedness. The diagonal lines of the W, for example, now show the stairway shape characteristic of nearest neighbor interpolation. Other scaling methods below are better at preserving smooth contours in the image. You're not really explaining it, but from the sound of it, it is what I did. Why am I seeing the Voronoi diagram? That shit's fucking scary. Hello? Let me look at bilinear. Interpolating functions of two variables. Okay, the actual algorithm used for rescaling is not the problem here. So I feel like I need to rephrase the question that I asked Google. Image scaling non-integer. Oh, this sounds like the exact question I asked. On a project for... Okay, no, I don't know about that. Grayscale resizing using bilinear interpolation. Didn't I see something about integer? With a non-integer factor. That answered looked completely separate from what I expect. Like, that answer seemed completely, like, disconnected from the question being asked. Okay, this is actually, like, not a technical question. Bilinear interpolation is used to resample images and textures. An algorithm used to map a screen pixel location to the corresponding point on the texture map. Weighted average of the attributes and so forth surrounding pixels is computed and applied to the screen pixel. This process is repeated for each pixel forming the object being textured. When an image needs to be scaled up, each pixel of the original image needs to be moved in a certain direction based on the scale constant. When scaling up an image by a non-integral scale factor, there are pixels that are not assigned appropriate pixel values. In this case, those holes should be assigned appropriate RGB or grayscale values so that the output image does not have non-valued pixels. Bilinear interpolation can be used where perfect image transformation with pixel matching is impossible, so that one can calculate and assign appropriate intensity values to pixels. Unlike other interpolation techniques such as nearest neighbor, it uses values of only the 4 nearest pixels, located in diagonal directions from a given pixel, in order to find the appropriate color intensity values of that pixel. Bilinear interpolation considers the closest 2x2 neighborhood of known pixel values surrounding the unknown pixel's computed location, then it takes a weighted average of the 4 pixels to arrive at its final interpolated value. Okay, I have implemented it in the past. You basically loop over the new X and Y if you want to scale up. You map them to the original. There's gonna be holes, so you interpolate in those holes. Is what I'm assuming. I can extrapolate from what I just read. What the fuck was I doing interpolation for? God, if I remember. You handle the original image as the nodes in the wiki page. I do. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand what you mean. Yeah, so we don't need Doom code anymore. We need to implement this shit. Because, of course, I went for the hardest thing. I went for the image interpolation instead of going for the location and the acceleration scale, which would have been a lot easier to do. No, I went for the hard one. I went for the image resizing. Then again, it makes sense. Okay. Here's the thing. We're going to build it in here. Because we want to do it ideally only once. Ish. Hey, Limit Smash. Doing good. Doing some image interpolation, apparently. Rescale image from oh, the image. The image is missing. Okay, the image should be a old width, old height times 4 size, and the new image is new width, new height times 4 size. I expect you to rescale it properly. So, I mean, allocate the buffer properly. Next month, I'm going to start looking into, a little bit of buffer safety and whatnot. Okay, so we're going to iterate over the new width. Yeah, usually you do Y first. I don't know why. Full of jokes today. You can tell by my lively demeanor. I occasionally enjoy laughing. Radeon RX 550. Okay, it is a graphics card. Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to. All right, there you go. So, watching for some time now. I'm wondering if C++ is the language of the future. I'm asking because I've been working with JavaScript for 12 years now. Damn. I think it's time to move on. Okay. So the future has many languages. C++ is gonna be there. Sadly, so is JavaScript. Although I agree with you, it is time to move on. So is C. Is Rust? I don't know. Oh, what was that? Something appeared. Must be hallucinating. C++ is a really useful language to know. So is C. They're both very similar and very useful languages to know. So they're a good place to start. But really what languages you want to learn depends on what you want to do. What kind of applications you're trying to go for. Well, thank you. Glad you enjoyed the streams. I was gonna say the sleep. I hope you enjoy your sleep as well, but I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Not gonna lie, the other day I had a really weird moment because I usually fall asleep to something too. Usually it's not my own streams. But the other day I fell asleep and I woke up to my own voice, which you can assume is pretty fucking weird. It's pretty fucking weird. Turns out, whatever I was watching on YouTube ended, and it autoplayed a few other things, eventually autoplaying my own stream. So I woke up to my own voice, just casually talking. It was really weird. I do have to admit though, it was very calming, but weird. Because like in that moment when you're just waking up, you're barely conscious and you're like, who the fuck am I talking to? Wait, when did I start talking? What's happening right now? It's really confusing. Keep forgetting what interpolation was best for pixel. No, so I want to call it bicubic. It's not bicubic. Bisexual. No, that's not it either. Bicuri. No. Bilinear interpolation is pretty good. Just want to get away from JavaScript. Again, Claude Code is already really good at generating GS code, so it's time to evacuate somewhere where specialists are in demand. Okay, AI is good at writing code for it is a really bad reason, because AI is... the code that it writes is bad everywhere, to be completely honest. But, again, if you do want to leave JavaScript and start something else, then you have a world of possibilities. You just have to pick one. Because again, C++ may be really good, but do you want to stay doing, I'm assuming you're doing some kind of web. So if you want to keep doing some web stuff, you don't want to use C or C++. Maybe WebAssembly. If you want to move away from web, it depends. You're not going to be making iOS apps on C++. Technically you can, but most of it you're going to do with Swift and Kotlin for Android and so on. So it depends on what you want to do. Okay, I'm using a very basic rule of thirds in my mind to calculate the old pixel. As simply just, you know what? These don't need to be voids, by the way. They can be uint32s. It's gonna make my job a lot easier. Okay, so that's gonna give us the old row. Except not with the y. We need to recalculate the y. Something low level in my country, C++, Rust, and Go. Yeah, that makes sense. C++ is a really good one. It's gonna come back. I don't know what the professional demands for Rust are. But between the two, pick C++. Rust is cool, but in terms of job opportunities, I feel like there's more for Rust. Okay, so the y here is wrong. I need to recalculate. And again, the way that I'm thinking about it, a simple rule of thirds, because I didn't see anything just scrolling by while I was talking. Maybe not the best way to do things, but to calculate the old pixel value for a specific pixel should be something like the y multiplied by the old height divided by the new height. As an integer division should be correct. And if that is correct, which not super sure, but again, I vibe coded, trademarked. I need a new word again for vibe coding, but without AI, just my own brain, you know. Damn, they really stole such a cool term. If this is correct, then actually even without interpolation, we are still gonna get artifacts, most likely, but kind of doing pixel art here, so not gonna be too big of an issue. But the new rows X is going to be the old rows ox. What is your problem? Oh. No, I want to get the address to that. Yeah, I'm just shifting the address a little bit. Does that make sense? I don't feel like that makes sense. Probably better if I do this. Oh, and I changed the signature of the function. So there it is with its new signature. Do we dare? Fuck it. We dare. Go back to the engine, the Ghost game. And we're gonna go to its rendering code in the ECS core. No, not to the rendering code. Not to the rendering code. In fact, we want to go to the part where we load the sprites. That's where I want to do it. Here it is. Okay, so that's our old image. We're going to want to allocate our new image. Which is going to be the camera scale? You don't have it, do you? Okay. It's an external value. You wouldn't get it. Okay, the camera scale times where do I have the image size, the player size? Here, it's that times the p size x, then the same thing on the y. No, that's multiplied as well, times the size of a uint 32t. And the player resized sprite is going to be our image. Then we can do all of this is going to go in its own like file probably or wherever, but right now I'm okay with keeping it like this. Yes, it's only good for the scale being bigger than which it will be. It will be. It has to be. No. I was thinking of putting a case of what happens if it's not bigger than 1, but not a problem. Resize. Come on, what's the name of the damn func? It's because it's rescale, not resize. Alright. Old width. We get it from here. New width. Well, calculating it here. Area interpolation, basically making averages. Makes sense. But really not a problem right now. Okay. New info with new info hate. Old image is player sprite. New image is player resized sprite. And one thing that was already being taken care of for me, but now isn't anymore, is the info needs to be assigned. Did that work? I'm recompiling the game, not the system. Making progress here. I'm acting like I wrote some fucking NASA level code here. I literally just did a for loop. I'm not even doing bilinear interpolation for that matter. We're doing pixel art. So we might be okay with not even interpolating. Okay, so that's cool and all. But do I want to automate it? So I don't have to write all that stuff and allocate all that stuff and whatnot. They're essentially gonna give me an old image from load image with the same path, same info, same format. Then all the code that I wrote here, shwoop, shloop. Oh, I didn't put that in the arguments today. New width, new height. We're reaching new heights today, everybody. So images would look blurry since it's pixel art. Might actually be a possibility, I don't know. Okay, so the images, the loaded images old info is going to get loaded into the this structure, whereas the info is simply going to contain the new values. You're already providing them to us, so you should know them, but it's nice. It's nice of us to do this. New width, new height. This is now old info width, old info height, new width, new height, old IMG, new IMG, return the new IMG, and also free the old IMG. Okay. So now, everything that I wrote here, get the fuck out. The fuck out. Now it becomes component, base image, load image resized with this path. P size X times camera scale. P size Y dot camera scale. Need to recompile the system most likely. Yes. And now we have a big player with barely any changes. Okay. Now the human size. You know what? I'm gonna put a little note, which I forgot to do. Interpolations. The note that I forgot to put in. We'll do it. It probably won't look good, but we'll fucking do it. If new width is less than old info width, or new height is less than old info height, and we're going to printf real quick. Use at your own risk is such an beautiful thing to say. Because what's the fucking risk in resizing an image? There isn't one. But I'm still gonna tell you to use at your own risk. Okay. So you use h size here. And here, the minus becomes the h size y times the camera scale. So now our humans should be back. And they'll be back with a vengeance. They're going to be back not as bumps, but as images. Resized. Bump. And size times camera scale. Size times dot y. Camera scale. I'm remaking the operating system now. Alright, there we go. Come on, humans. Oh, come on. I really thought you guys would load in. Don't be like that, boys. What is their problem? I changed their size. I changed their location to be correct according to the size. Let me put them at 0, 0 real quick. Make sure that that's not the problem. Because now we need to resize everything. All the internal math that we're doing for the acceleration, the height, the width, all the blah, 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 all of that. Little Nugget is not loading though. Oh, why not? Did I forget something? By any chance here I just set the P size and the base image. That's it. That's all I need to do. So here I need to set the H size. And that's it. That's all I need to do. Player is always the same size, so that's good. Like relative to the window. That's good. But what isn't good is that the NPCs are not showing up. By the way, where you going, bro? Such a simple change, it's kind of weird. So let me just do something real quick. Does this load? This should. No. They still don't show up. Oh. It's a new one. But at least we have stack trace now. Okay, they're back. But not at the right size, obviously. I do wonder why. The size changes for them, but not the ghost. They have kind of the same components. Where's the ghost code? It's down here. Yeah, the player size is correct. It is being set to piece size, which is 1, 1. We're resizing according to the piece size scale. There must be something else I'm not considering right now. The width we've said is h size x times camera scale. The height is h size y times this camera scale. Does that work now? They should be gigantic. Wait, did I get the wrong one? Jesus, what an unfortunate typo. It's still wrong. I get loaded now, but oh! Yeah, it's a gigantic image that makes the kernel overflow. There is nothing in their code that should be making them do this. I don't understand. The location that they're being placed at, am I doing that wrong? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I didn't realize that was a relative position, not an absolute position. There they are. I'll make them the right size. And they're gone again. Guys, come back. They're being placed at... let me do it like this. Is it supposed to not be negative? Because I'm already doing negative. So it's a double negative. Maybe that's why. That was probably why. Now I need to get rid of this multiplication. And there they are. In the correct place. At the correct size. Moving off screen a little bit. Oh well. Let's really quickly also resize the objects. So the objects are simple. They just use a specific size that is told to them. I just need to change that size into whatever I want, really. The bed should be a little bit bigger than a person. And about 0.4. I'm making these sizes completely up. Who cares? Yeah, that's less than half a meter for sure. I don't know how much. Then again, that's a bed for 1 to 2 people, not a 3-partner polycule. So, size is a little bit wrong, maybe. Then again, it's supposed to be seen from the side. And the fridge, bit taller than a person. Wait. Hold on. Doing the math a little wrong here. The entire point, I've done the math wrong for the ghost and the thingies, the people. Because I've made them 1 meter. It's not quite right. So I made the TV 2 meters. Oh, I guess if you're rich, I guess if you're gonna have a polycule, you need to have a big TV. But probably not, right? So the TV can be like what, 1 meter by 0.5? I don't know the sizes of TVs. I'm probably gonna go around measuring shit in my apartment after this. So the fridge, we're gonna make it 2 meters tall by 100. Okay, that's probably not. Wait, 2 meters tall, no. Width, half a meter. Or even just 1 meter. No, 75. 75, yeah. The hell. Alright, so those are the scales. Like I said before, these scales are entirely wrong. Like I said, this is 2 meters, which makes the actual sprite something like 1 meter 80, 1 meter 70. Average height, I would say. Where's the ghost again? Here. Shwip. Which means that our scale of 5 by 2 is a little bit cramped. We can make it five by 3. Now everything and everybody is absolutely fucking gigantic. Whereas the objects are actually too small to be visible. Are you okay? You're scratching a lot today. Are you okay? You don't look red. Checking him for signs of allergies. Then again, I'm checking if he's red with a pink light. So alright, he's not red. Okay. So everything's way too big now. But I think we're good. Alright, so to be fair, I'm making a very small room that has a bed and so maybe I want to make the room a little bigger, if anything. It's making a very small room that had a bed, a fridge, and a TV all in one. So not ideal. That's a little better. And the last thing to do is to render solid objects, which instead of just blindly using the size, which we just have to multiply that by the camera scale. This one's a lot easier to do. Alright, there's an ad coming up on Twitch. So let's see how this is and then we'll wait for the ad. Yep. The objects are there. I can see the tops of the objects here. The location is wrong, so I'll need to fix that, but that's after the ad. Okay, I'm back. Jester, you're good. I feel like you've been drinking a lot of water during the ad break. I gave him an allergy pill, so hopefully he's going to be doing a little better. He's not going to be scratching as much. And A 3-minute ad break sometimes feels like an eternity. Feels super long. Go. Go. You can do it. I hate to see him doubt himself sometimes. Come on. I'll take. Yes. I'll take you. Sometimes he wants me to carry him. And he's like, I don't know, that bed looks awfully high. I might need some help. Okay, what was I saying? Okay, yes, so rendering rectangles bigger is super easy. No bilinear, bisexual, or bi anything required. But this is wrong now. It should do the same thing that was being done before. So by the camera scale, like this. By the way, I'm thinking that that minus that was there before was probably causing issues. Because that was a double negative. But, alright. Skinny fridge. Kinda didn't consider the fact that, for example, the humans, yeah, there are 2x2, but a lot of that is transparency. What are they doing? What are you guys doing? We're currently in the process of resizing all the units, so not surprised that there's bugs, especially when it comes to walking and whatnot. And yeah, like when I calculated the size of the fridge, for example, like that's a skinny ass fridge. Hungry humans, yeah, that's me. That was me during the break, going to the fridge, like, is there anything? There was, kind of. Yogurt. Not the best. Is the TV just that tiny? Or, yes, it kind of is. It kind of is that tiny. Also, not gonna lie, the TV should kind of float a little bit. Again, I'm doing this by pixel scale for now, because I haven't updated locations to be like that yet. And the TV still feels so tiny compared to them. It's a 1/2 meter. Probably not right. Let's increase it by half on each. And the bed also looked very small. Let's make it a 2.5. Oh, what I'm not considering in the bed is that, yeah. Okay, so the problem with the bed is more so the fact that it doesn't accurately fit the size of the screen. It says -100, but not really. All the code is broken now. Oh god. The possession code is broken, the location code is broken, all the code is fucking broken. This is why I said that this part sucks. We have to recalculate everything in order to now fit the new values. Okay, the good thing about this code and this code is... No, this one is going to change. Location code is going to change. Acceleration, velocity, these are going to stay the same. Location should be relative location. Only when rendering should you translate a relative location into a non-relative location. So, here. Luckily, it's as easy as doing that. There's just a lot of multiplication we're going to have to do. And now pretty much anywhere that I've defined any location, well, we're going to have to redefine it. Luckily, it's not as many places as I thought it was. I hope. Not sure. Let's just get to it. All right, beginning with a human. What's their acceleration going to be? What's the fastest a human can go? Let's begin with a walking speed. Fucking miles per hour, bro. Miles, maybe you want to, not per second. It was supposed to be per hour, but... What an incredibly long article to say something so simple. Average is around 4 to 3 kilometers per hour. Let's say we're going to do 4. 4 kilometers. .11111 meters per second. 1. Alright, so I want them to be able to accelerate within 1 second to their maximum speed, so 1. With a minimum acceleration, now this is just going to be 9.8. And a maximum speed of 1 and 1. Alright, similar values are going to be given to the ghost. So let's begin with this actually. Maximum acceleration of 1 per second. Gravity becomes 9.8. The maximum speed was about twice as high for the object than the human. The player's maximum speed is much higher. Wait, what was the maximum speed for the human? Let me confirm that real quick. 50. For the player, it's actually 4. With a maximum acceleration, an athlete with a maximum acceleration of 6.5 meters per second. I don't care too much about acceleration. And also, that's an athlete probably running. We're talking about an average human walking. Actually, 1 second to reach your peak walking speed is a little bit much. No, I understand acceleration. That you're talking about acceleration, but like... 1, I feel like is fine. But the maximum acceleration used to be 30 for a human and 3 times that for the player. So okay, that's good. Speed wise, we're good. Now locations. This is now the game scale X divided by 2. And the game scale Y divided by 2. Point F. The humans are going to be located at 2, 3, and 4. I think we made the room 5 meters, right? So, yeah, I made the room 10 meters, I mean. So, 2, 5, and 8. And instead of height, here, here, and here, you guys are going to use game scale. Why? For the fridge, the TV, same thing. The TV is going to be at 3. And game scale Y minus 1. See, this math is a lot easier to do now. The bed is going to be located at game scale dot X minus 2.5F. And game scale dot Y scale Y here, and the fridge was at the very beginning, so we're gonna keep it at the very beginning. Is there anywhere else that I'm doing any kind of values like these? Location size, location size, location size. Okay, the speeds and all that stuff. Oh, we no longer need to scale by this. And same for you. No longer need to scale there. The rest of the values look good. Then above this we have some systems. This needs to change. Because a location is going to be limited to game scale X minus transform size. Yes, that part stays the same. Except the transform size has now changed. Y and Y. And pretty sure then these calculations here have become these. All right. The path following might need a little bit extra stuff to it. You know, worst case scenario, it'll be a little funny to look at if it doesn't work the way I expect it to work. Yeah, there is some drawing happening to the raycast. This also needs to improve now. Because here, 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 and here, we're going to need to multiply by the camera scale. Let's see what kind of horror. This might be the horror game. Why does it move like that? Oh no. No. What have I done to you? Everything's wrong. Everything's fucking wrong. The whole thing. It's all wrong. Alright. The objects are mostly showing up where I expect them to. The ghost is showing up where I expect them to. That looked integerish. Yep. Yes, it did. Yeah, the ghost is where I expect him to be. Except, you know. Should I just turn this into Snake? By the way, what happens if you... Stops here. Stops here. Stops here. Stops here. Wait. Alright. It seems that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV. But it seems like, what I was gonna say, is that this is the line at which, under which nothing gets drawn. So, I don't think the scale is wrong. The position is wrong. I just think because the game expects a specific like resolution, this one, at 10 by 5. It's not super correct. We could make it, you know what, we could make it a 16 by 9. Obviously our window is not guaranteed to be 16 by 9, but roughly. Okay, so that's better. But yeah, some window resizing is gonna go on eventually. So, okay, position-wise, we're good. The bed, it's just that small. It's just that small, I think. Genuinely. Because the fridge seems about the right height. TV seems about the right height. Now, the movement of the ghost is wrong, and the people are not moving at all. But okay, there's fewer bugs than I expected there to be. Go figure. Alright, let's begin with the... input system. Let's begin with the input system. That's probably the weirdest one. There's some math gone awfully wrong there. I just completely forgot what that code is. Can you tell me? Should be manual logic, I believe. Event handler. Here, okay. Oh, wait. Wait. I'm afraid. No. The actual location of the player is wrong. It's the actual location of the player here that's wrong. Alright, so let's not create any humans or any objects real quick. Let's just have just the player. Up to here. Get out of here. Alright, that way I can just print the event handler, whatever that might be, here. Or anywhere, really. It doesn't really matter. In the bounds checking code. I'm looking for a function that's already in this file, but contains all the objects that I need. So this one, essentially. You're gonna guarantee us that the problem comes from the location and not from the rendering. But I do believe it comes from the location and not from the rendering. Time to see, though. Nope. It's from the rendering. So the player is actually moving correctly. But when it's rendered, it gets rendered by this function. That's probably calculating its size wrong. Let me see it here. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, those shouldn't have been. That was the problem. All right, he's back. Let's bring in our next contestants. Actually, you know what? Where's the clear function? Here. So no, you're not gonna clear. You're not gonna clear. You're instead going to use a fill rect. And that way, we're gonna see some black bars where the game ends, which again will be removed by resizing the window down eventually. Fuck it, let's do it right now. You know what? Let's do it right now. Its size is going to be the game scale, camera scale, and the game scale Y, camera scale. Alright, so then the other function can go back to just being a clear. Didn't fucking work. Does this function even work? Have I used it? Yes, I have. Oh. Wait, it does work, but the system doesn't redraw. So when the window gets smaller, you don't really notice that. One way to notice that is we'll really only be clearing the part of the screen, so pretty much the black bar effect should still happen. Yeah, okay. I feel like the ghost now moves super fast. Alright. Once I figure out inter-process communication, it's over for you bitches. I'll be able to communicate to the process that draws the actual window that, hey, there's no more window there. Right, I also made the bed like tiny. That was 100% on me. Alright, they're back. But they are not moving correctly. Like I said, the path following component probably needs some fixes. It takes a direction, a length, normalizes the direction, takes the max acceleration, sets the acceleration. That's all it does. It actually was not scaled, so that shouldn't have been a problem. But also FB draw line. Pretty sure, yeah, I used it somewhere else. Then all of you also need to be scaled by the camera scale, so that draws correctly. And couldn't really tell you. No, probably not. Probably not. Because this look at component is probably wrong. Yeah, this one I didn't change. Weird location to have your eyes, boys. I said the eye was relative to... Where is that? Here. The eye location plus the location times the camera scale. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. And the eye location being set. Alright, 1 is a bit much. Oh, okay. The reason 1.75 puts it so low, it's the eyes from the top. So. Let's make it 0.5 on both. And we're stuck here. Okay. Not sure what's happening there with that, with the eyes. Okay, now it's correct. Now it's correct. 75. And one which is in the middle of their vision. Yep, okay. Now they look good. They still don't move. By the way, when we... Yeah. That confirms we're resizing the window. We're just not drawing the new resized context around the window. But okay, that is working. The only thing that's not working is them moving. They're not moving right now. What can it be though? If first let me check their values, make sure that I didn't like put their maximum speed to 0 or something. Worth checking. No, their maximum speed is 1. Although they have a maximum vertical acceleration of 0. And a minimum of 9.8. Bit weird. Speaking of which, let me check if you can possess objects. That's another thing I want to check before I start fixing the AI. Yes. And the gravity is a lot better now. It's still not amazing, but it's a lot better. And then again, that's because I've given those objects a maximum terminal velocity. That's kind of ridiculous. The fact that the minimum velocity is actually lower than the maximum velocity. I mean, higher than the maximum velocity doesn't make any sense. Okay, now the gravity works. Jesus. Let's bring this bed. Slam. Shoop. I like it a lot more now. I gotta say. As for the AI, I keep seeing this. Activity queue empty. Why are you guys picking another activity? Let me see. They're not really saying. The only log they have is that one. So let me see. Where is the place that I usually put the log to check which... Well, no, I can put it in find SO here. Let me see if they're actually finding an object for the thing that they're trying to do, which is search tag. They don't seem to be finding anything. That is a hell of a typo there. So they're not finding any objects. Wait, not guaranteed. Not guaranteed at all. Yeah. So they are finding objects. I'm gonna directly check their path following component here. That seems okay. I'm mostly working on a game now. Yeah, the values are correct. I was a little shocked by the 0 here, but obviously it's because they don't need to move on the y-axis. Okay, so this is working. The direction of the acceleration. They're auto braking. They're auto braking. Okay, but no. We're almost there. Almost there. Gotta course correct the auto brake a little bit now. He's like so close to length 1. I just realized they're trying to go to a specific point, but they're not. No, he's not trying to keep a distance of 1. He's just lowering his acceleration. Essentially, he's braking. But the interesting thing is that I told him to go to a specific point, which again is supposed to be the point where you interact with the object. When smart objects are a little bit more advanced, they're going to have an actual interaction point. You're going to have to reserve an interaction point. So yeah, a lot more complex logic for that. But for the time being, it's a little weird that he's trying to go to the TV, but he's trying to go to the top left of the TV. So like here. Hey, remember in a raid you mentioned working on PNG encoding. How's that going? Hey, were you the one that worked on a PNG encoder by any chance? I kind of remember your name, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not using the PNG encoder right now because it doesn't work all the way. But honestly not bad. You made one. Okay, yes, it is you. You're the person I was thinking of. Yeah, so it works on this image. Let me show you the image. Nope. Okay, this is the image like in C format, because apparently that's the thing. This is the image. On this image, it works. There's the UNC version of the image, which is uncompressed, by the way. It doesn't work on this one. Simply because I put some checks and it has to have dynamic compression, otherwise I don't support it. So I need to expand that. And then I have this picture of my dog. It seems to fail here. So that's a bit more of a complex image. It seems to fail on this one. So simple improvements to make, like supporting no compression, should be a no-brainer. And then figuring out what's going on with this one. Technically same image, but you know, different format. But it progressed. Let's say Vulkan tutorial image. This one? Well, this one's a JPEG, but I guess you can convert it to a PNG. Actually, my dog's picture was a JPEG that I converted to a PNG. Might be worth checking. Honestly, I've only tried those 3 images, so I gotta get working on that. To be honest, like I had some other stuff to work on before I went back to PNG. I technically already moved on to more stuff without going through PNG, but I probably should. Definitely. Okay, I'm actually in a good place to quit the virtual memory stuff that I'm doing on my own and do that instead. Just so I can support some PNGs finally. Do I do support BMP, which is good enough for the work that I'm doing for this game, which is kind of what I wanted the PNGs for. We need to make the length smaller. Let's see how that goes. He's trying to go to the bed, and he's made it. Alright, he's now trying to go to the TV. He's made it. No, not quite. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I already support BMP, honestly, like, that's good enough. But it is still uncompressed. Although they allow compression, I don't. Also, GIMP doesn't. Okay. Hadn't thought about this. I can't just use the length. To do breaking. Because, like, he's trying to reach the TV, and the TV is slightly above him. Which means that it always puts him slightly far away from it. And he is not able to... No, I know the difference between the formats. I'm just saying I already support BMP, so I don't need to support an even simpler one. Okay, so this is kind of a problem. Also, wow, there's barely any delay on Twitch. Whereas on YouTube, people respond like a minute later. Um, how do I fix this? Put the TV on the ground. Probably the easiest thing I can do. Because actually the TV shouldn't even be floating. Should make the TV break if you drop it from the air. Alright. I like the new physics. Alright, now he's able to go to the TV. So the problem is he wasn't able to reach the TV. I love his daily routine. Wake up, TV, fridge, TV, fridge, TV, fridge, sleep. Beautiful. Fucking amazing. No notes. See? Wake up, TV, fridge. TV. Fridge. TV. Bed. It's fucking incredible. Absolutely no notes on his daily routine. Okay, so it's not really a code problem, it's more so a limitation of the system. The TV is fucking floating. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Living the simple life, no need to worry about what's going on outside the room, because there's literally nothing going on outside the room. And also, there is a ghost in the room, but he doesn't see him, so he's happy. Actually, if anything, the ghost helped him, because he couldn't reach the TV and the ghost dropped it on the ground. Alright, let's put the TV on the ground. Wait, let me bring the others back. Alright, we got the full polycule. Well, can't really call it a polycule when it's 3 people. I guess you just call it a throuple. And really, you don't call it a family because they all sleep in the same bed. Unless it's like Charlie... What was his last name? The Chocolate Factory kid? I was gonna say Charlie Chaplin, but that's not his name. Yeah, they all sleep on top of each other, so that's what's giving, you know, throuple. But, you know, this is not really what it is. Alright, and yes, we're definitely gonna need more objects and more rooms. But, the AI is working well. And shoop, the TV is off, guys. And actually, when the TV drops, it should scare the shit out of them. Guys, look at this. Look at the TV. Shoop. Oh, but when you drop the TV, once you've already unpossessed it, then the game kind of doesn't have logic for that. Also, possession is still broken. Like, I don't understand how somehow I'm trying to possess the fridge and I end up possessing the TV instead. How did this happen? And also, I'm pretty sure like they're trying to reach the TV, but they can't. So you just kind of end up freaking out. Is the bed not moving? Oh, wait, what? I'm back to being the fridge? Distance check. Oh, the distance check. Correct. Correct. That is not scaled at all. Here it is. Reactive fear. Oh, but the distance check for what to inhabit? No, that one shouldn't be a problem. Because it's doing collision, and the collision is done literally with the physical sprite. So that shouldn't be a problem. The physical distance for them, though, that one should be a problem. If anything, you know what? I'm gonna bring back the fear mod, the fear print for a bit. So that I can see their current fear levels, even if it's for the 3 of them. That's okay by me. And then dot products, I would say, are working fine. The mod and consts are based off of the distance. Dividing by 100. No more. Divided by 100 because that was pixel values and I was trying to normalize it. The old-fashioned way. Alright guys. Anyone gaining any fear? Oh, they're gaining some fear. But they're quickly losing it. Alright, so I see what's happening. Let's do some final bug fixing because I'm already pretty tired. I want to finish for today, but let me see the mods. Very, very easy to get the mod to maximum value. So I should still do some division. Just not by 100. But like, I don't know how much. I should have probably printed the raw value of the distance. Now the mod is always 0, yeah. Let me print the raw value of the distance. And that will tell me what I should expect. I should do it with one person so I can test it clearly on one person alone. Sorry I keep raising you guys, but... That's actually not half bad. Should be maybe divided by 2. Not by 10, definitely. Here. Oh, it was by 5. Sadly, there's an ad on Twitch, so we're gonna have to wait for that. We're just chasing you to bed, bro. You're seriously gonna go to bed with the fridge chasing you? He's just like, oh great, the fridge dropped. I'm gonna eat something now. I'm not sure I want the modifier to be a float. Alright, let me see what value I'm using now. I mean, I could. I might as well give it a try. The cool thing about making an operating system and not a compiler is you don't have to bother about converting between types. Alright, the modifier is about what I expect it to be. It looks good. Though it is still a float, an integer. The fear is the part that I'm not understanding. Min is probably the one that's turning it into a float, yes. Oh shit, there's ads. Oh, okay, it's not just this. The modifier is also based off of... No. It's based off of the object's velocity based off of its maximum velocity. So that should have stayed relative. I'm gonna create a minif while there's an ad. Alright, minf. That's one letter away from something else. Might as well make a max. Abs, clamp, sank, lerp, seal, and floor are inherently float values. Alright, one more minute of ads. Alright, 30 more seconds of ads, and I don't understand why it's growing so slowly. When the modifier, I fixed it. But to be fair, the decay of the fear is very, very high. 0.1 per second. 0.05 per second is still too high. Bye, Gel. That's like... The idea is for you to be able to create a scary atmosphere. Can't really do that if it decays so quickly. I'm okay with it growing slowly. But like, bro, the fridge is fucking moving? That should be scary. Alright, he's fleeing. Oh? What's he doing? Wait, is it the game? No, it's him lagging. Why is he lagging like that? He's leaving at like 1 frame per second. The game is actually running okay. Like, it's not the game, it's him. What's happening to you, bro? Slowly making his escape. There's a what is it called? Minecraft spider web at the door. He can't leave. He ran straight into it. Now he has to like slowly walk through it if he wants to escape. I'm not sure why that happened to him, though it's really funny. But be afraid, motherfuckers. All of you, be afraid. Guess what? TV? It's over here now. Oh, I can't drop the TV. I can't exit the TV. Okay, I like that more. It decays, but not as fast. I think I'm not really possessing that. Okay. That's a glitch. For later, honestly, not right now. Let me look at the partial rendering code. Yeah, the location should also probably be a float. It's the way he snuck away. Come on, boys. I see one of you's about to one of you's about to dip. Let's get to it. Get the fuck out of here. He's leaving. Very slowly, very slowly. What's happening? Wait, did I set their acceleration to something ridiculous there? That's probably what's happening. When you react to fear, it says maximum speed. It should really be maximum acceleration, for that matter. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Let me remove the modifiers real quick. Just so I can test faster. Right now, the way that the values are, the way that they work, I think are okay. Once I have multiple rooms, they're probably gonna make a lot more sense, but... for the time being, I need you boys absolutely fucking terrified of me. Why does this happen to you, boys? Guys, the fridge is on the roof. You might want to run. I mean, I'm assuming it has to do with this, right? Sometimes rounding errors on 0x0 limit. So -1 pixel sometimes. There, it's working. It's just really slow. For no particular reason. Alright, we can test it in a different way. So we're gonna create one human. And actually no player and no objects. And to the human, we're going to simply set the terrified tag on little buddy over here. To true. And he should immediately try to escape with nothing else happening. And with that, actually, he's the only... Yeah, okay. I want to print his speed. On the x-axis, and then I also want to print his location on the x-axis. Why did I recreate humans create Huffman? Oh god, are you having flashbacks for my code? Wait. Yeah. I should be printing this, not LuckX, because LuckX is limited. Okay. So that's working correctly. The location is calculated correctly. What I'm assuming is, for whatever reason, the offset is not. But it's... wrong print. No, that is correct also. Then does it need to be scaled by the... Maybe that's what... This needs to be scaled by the camera scale. Because the offset is used to calculate the width. Oh, yeah, that's it. Whereas the location is fine. There we go. We're good. All right. So he's working. Also, we can have the game without the player. Good to know. Kind of interesting to know if you want to have a simulation. Simulation doesn't necessarily need to have a player, and the game works fine without a player. They immediately flee. Alright, but now they work. When the ghost moves. Yeah, after the exorcist, the game can still continue. Just gonna move this over here. And undo this. undo this and let's see what it's like while I say that this is the end of the stream. It's already almost 1 a.m. Trying to go to bed at a reasonable time. You know, before the ghosts come out and scare me. Hey guys. Right, dropping an object in front of them doesn't really work. Okay, after I'm done with this, I'm going to link my Discord for anyone interested in joining. And my next stream will be an afternoon stream. So... Oh, yeah, I need to fix this bug 100% because, yeah, I'm possessing the wrong object here. My next stream is going to be an afternoon stream. It's going to be tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST. That's the European time. I'm specifically trying to scare that guy and it worked. Okay, good. But those other two, I think they're scared because right now their highest need is fear. But they can't find anything to satisfy it. And I think I haven't really built anything for that. So, okay, another one for the fixes. All right, let me write this down before I go. All right. So, camera, almost there. Needs movement. It's a whole other can of worms that we're gonna open tomorrow. Hide under bed might be one. I was thinking more so like, scream. Shake, shiver. Piss yourself. No, okay, not that one. There's no bathroom need, so how could they possibly do that? But if I had a bathroom need, maybe. Anyway, yeah. So tomorrow I'm gonna work a little bit more on the camera, so because it needs to move, and follow the player. And with that, we'll be able to add rooms. Once we have rooms, we'll be able to add actual collision detection, which will be necessary with raycasting, which will be necessary for them to you know, not get scared by objects in other rooms. And then we'll probably need to implement some basic pathfinding so they can go between rooms. But right now, we're still able to do all of this stuff, keeping them in separate rooms, not able to move beyond their room. Back rooms, that's for version 2. After that, the game is kind of there. For October 11th, not half bad, I would say. Kind of following the schedule that I was expecting to be following by now. So far, I'm keeping up with it, so that's good. All right. Like I said, next stream is actually going to be tomorrow. It's going to be in a few hours, 3 p.m. CEST. Right now, it's almost 1 a.m. So in about 14 hours. Also 2 p.m. UK time, and you can calculate it for that. And link for the line rect stuff. Oh, a new one. You gave me a link actually last time. That's better? No, I found the other link a lot easier. This one's probably a very good explanation. Oh, for the minimum bounding box. Okay, for that, yes. All right. It's funny that I actually consider stuff like proper collision a little bit of a luxury. Because if you have rooms, you can just limit them to only seeing stuff that's happening within the room, and the AI is there. All the stuff is there. All the logic is there. So far so good. Game is progressing well. Tomorrow, then we're going to work a little bit on the camera and the rooms. Based on how well that goes, that shouldn't take too long. They kind of go hand in hand, camera and rooms. I mean, rooms are just making more content at the end of the day. The camera is the one that requires actual coding. Maybe again with a little bit of bug fixing. So I'm actually going to bring this back to not done status. I didn't change the title of this to bug fixing. Said I was going to link my Discord just in case anyone is interested. And I will see you guys tomorrow with a little bit of bug fixing, continuing to work on the camera to make it move, and adding rooms. Then the proper game will be implemented, and everything beyond that point is a luxury. Everything beyond that point is a DLC. See you guys tomorrow.